How's my YouTube live stream client gonna work? Thank you, YouTube. It's really awesome, man. Something went right. Can I see my chat, please? If I reload. Do I have to open it in another tab? Because half the time that doesn't work. I'll have to pop out chat, I guess. Not ideal, but whatever. Right. I wonder how I should draw some of these effects in here, because they're very simple overall. Welcome, low notice to the stream. An actual stuff today. No, actual. Just woke up. Well, good morning. Good to see you here. Hello, Law. Got a lot of drawing today, so it's gonna be busy. Should just sketch out all of these more fully since I have the opportunity. Been doing an insane amount of studying with hands. I don't know if it's been super noticeable with these, but they are a bit better than how I normally would do them. I think the rest of these I can draw off pretty easily. I don't think I really need movement lines. I don't know how this would actually work. Yeah, something like that. I don't know how to add this very nicely. Thanks, Sarah. I only have one. Just bear with this detail. I gotta do an exercise later where I just trace off of manga that uses like a lot of line art stuff so I can get better at it. But I'm not on that right now. That's not what I'm focusing on. So it's gonna be a minute before I do that. But I enjoy doing this so far. Ugh. So much to do. How much I want to define the muscles. I think that's fine. Hmm. If my monitor showed the stuff I'm referencing from, I'd be in trouble. I'm referencing from Chain Soldier for art stuff, in case anyone was wondering. It's not something you can show. I could probably actually show this because it's a censored version. At least until you get the actual releases scanned in, which... yada yada. I'm not gonna explain that. But I kind of just look through it and see how they do panels and stuff for reference, so I can build up a better visual vocabulary of how I'm supposed to do it. Focus on the left hand. That should make it more clear. When I do it this small, it doesn't really matter as much. Everything's fine. I'll say this. For the scale that it's drawn in, it's really tiny. It doesn't really matter if I don't draw them perfectly. Cause if it's not drawn perfectly, it's because the scale makes it hard to. So bad at drawing some of these effects. No, it just doesn't work. Maybe I've just gotta draw some smoke clouds. Doesn't work for smoke. I'll have to do some of this in the background there, actually. oh, I guess. Hmm. Is there something else I can do for this? Hmm. I think it's a matter of composition more than anything else. Kind of weird, but showcase a bit what I want. Yeah, that works. I might have to work in a bit more contrast on it, though. I'm gonna have to erase it where it would come into contact with this effect. Hmm. That's not right. Let's pull up more references. Hmm. Hmm. Now, what did I just drop in on? This is a manga called Duo Progressing, based off of a game that sucks. And we got all these pages, and there's this furry girl. So, welcome. I'm gonna be here for you can consider it peak. Hey, you know, it's a link in the stream description if you want to read it. But, yeah, I'm gonna be here for the next, like, 5 hours drawing until I pass out and fall asleep. And I have to slave away at this, or else people ask me when I'm posting the next chapter. So, I'm live streaming myself, working on it, so people don't tell me I'm lazy and not working on it. And I've been doing this for the past 2 years, so, you know, just, you know. Now, the stream says day, what, like 13? That's just the 13th day I've streamed it, so. It doesn't actually mean much. Should be day like 800, technically speaking. You're the person who made it? Yep. Do you know what it is? You're saying it as if you know about this comic already. Iron bits and stuff? Mud skipper and a contractor. Ah, alright. So you must have heard about it back in the day. Alright. Well. Fun fact, I never quit drawing it. I kept going, and a lot of people think the manga is dead and it's not going anymore. Which is actually a good thing, because that means that, I don't have to worry about it blowing up again when it's not in a good stage. And now the manga's getting closer to a point where, I'm happy with the way things are going. And then once I continue back on the main storyline after the side tangent story in the manga, I hope to make it more well known. And I plan to make like a video about it and all that, but you know, just working on my thing for now. It's funny because the manga was very low-key for, I want to say, like, the first year it was out. Who must be the guy? Yes. For the whole first year it was out, it got up to like 20k views total across all chapters. And then a year after that, it just blew up because of someone took a screenshot of it. Because the site I uploaded it on also cross-posted it to Manga Dex and promoted it a bit, and it just made it blow up within the community. And then the admins got really mad at me because I drew fan service in it. And I ended up getting banned from the DEEPWOKEN Discord. Without even saying a single message in it, of all things. But yeah. Fun stuff. I love making fun of DEEPWOKEN because the people who make it are very mean to me. And so this is a manga that's being made out of spite, by the way. Just want to make that clear. I take DEEPWOKEN concepts, I bastardize it. I'm gonna draw Claris in a bikini with like friggin' like double F cups. And you know what? The DEEPWOKEN staff are gonna wanna murder me. They're gonna drone strike my house, and it's okay because I don't care, to be honest. They made me their enemy, and I will keep drawing my DEEPWOKEN ecchi because of it. Mark my words. Do I have a darker color for him? I'll just have to make one. It looks silly. I wonder if I should just use blending and be lazy. Now, blending looks really cool, but it very much is a lazy way to do it. Looks alright. I think the hair matters more anyway in terms of the shading. I'll do some contact shadows though. I wonder what the DEEPWOKEN staff would react to the breastfeeding chapter now. Good thing that didn't exist when I first blew up. I probably would be crucified. They might be like, what's the breastfeeding chapter? And for those who are unaware, there's a bonus chapter I made at the start of the manga. I placed it at the start of the manga. It's chapter 3.5. And the main character complains to the girl to wake up because he's hungry and he wants to get the free lunch that they're going to get where they're staying. And she tells him she doesn't want to get up out of bed. And then he drags her out of bed, and then she falls on him and gets angry and says, if you're so hungry, you can just, you can imagine what she says. And then he gets completely, like, flustered, like, what do you, why would you do that? And he says, just go back to bed. And then she tells him he can't leave the room until she wakes up. He can't even get it himself. As punishment for bothering her. And that's the bonus chapter. It's 4 pages. It's very simple. And it exists solely to weed out the weak-willed, if you will. Because people complain about, like, oh, it's too much fan service. So I put this chapter at the beginning so that it would kind of, like, weed out the people who are going to complain. And make them realize, oh, maybe this isn't for me. Because people don't seem to understand. They read the DEEPWOKEN manga part, and they don't read anything else. They're like, oh my god, it's going to be a DEEPWOKEN manga. And then they ignore the fact that the title literally, like, tells you it's going to be, like, some kind of ecchi thing. And then they get confused when they read it and they see boobies. And they're like, I know I googled, you know, porno.com, but why is there women naked? Now, I don't have any naked women in my series. Unless you count her, but she has fur, so it doesn't count. Lol. But anyway, the thing is, DEEPWOKEN admins, they like mod points and they're afraid of women, and that's a combination for disaster. You know what I mean? This is what happens when you let the whitest people mod your servers. Mod shop is crazy. Oh my god. I'm gonna do a joke at the start of a chapter where I'm gonna have a very, like, suggestive cover, and I'm gonna have a moderator come in and be like, so, this is very inappropriate. And then that'll be how the chapter starts, and then it goes into the normal stuff. Like some Gintama level comedy, you know? I think that'd be so funny, and I just make fun of him. I cannot wait to make fun of the mods in this manga. I just need a good spot to do it, and I can't do it when there's something serious going on. Oh my god. I'm gonna literally have so many ops when this manga's done. And just to be clear, I never attacked anyone first. Everyone has been the one attacking me for making this. So I'm just returning fire, and if they don't like it, it's their fault. And I know Thorfinn said that, you know, hatred only begets more hatred, but to be honest, lol. I'm a spiteful person. What can I say? I bet the mod shop has it, like... I'm not gonna make that joke. Let me make a different joke. I bet the mod shop has, like a... Imagine if the mod shop had, like, you can get, like, a McDonald's gift card. You can get 15% off your order at McDonald's. If you ban, like, 10 people or something, I don't know. And, you know, if they did that, the server would fall apart. They would ban everybody, because those fat freaking moderators would be like, I need my McDonald's. And they're going to eat that slop. They're going to eat that processed slop, and they're going to die of colon cancer in their, they're going to die of colon cancer in their, like, teens. Low-key, they only want Drakkard. I literally have no idea how any of that stuff works for the mods. But why do they care about a race? Because here's my question: what does a Drakkard even do? And why make it, like, locked behind, like, mod point? How much is it even worth? Like, imagine being the mod that banned me for no reason. The person who dedicated 2 years of their life every single day to making a comic based on the game, and you ban me at the click of your sweaty, like, Cheeto dust-covered finger, just so you can get, like, another point closer to getting, like, whatever, like, silly race gives you, like, +2 attack bonus or something. That is how you... listen, I don't know anything about managing a community and, you know, fostering a thriving community, but I think that's the way to do it, if anything, like that. That makes a lot of sense to me. That is how you do it, man. They have an IQ that we can't even understand, apparently. Now, you might be asking, why would I dedicate 2 years of my life to making a comic about this game? And the answer is, I say that to sound cool, and when I say that, it's a social manipulation tactic to make you feel bad for me. the truth is, I just like drawing attractive women, and I want to get better at drawing so I can get published. So in reality, this is just me practicing art, but on a visible scale, you know, not just like locked in my room all day drawing by myself. So I am a fraud and a liar, to be honest. But it doesn't really matter because people like the comic. I'm getting a lot of writing practice, and I'm building up a level of following where people will recognize my work possibly and want to see other things I do, which does help. But I am a bit of a loser in the fact that I don't want to go on like YouTube Shorts and be like, "Oh my god, check out this comic," or whatever. And I don't want to get like veneers on my teeth and make challenge videos. And I don't have Crohn's disease, you know, like that one guy that likes to make videos about like standing in circles. You know, a soldier once asked Mr. Beast for his autograph, and he said only if you stand in the circle for 24 hours. As a wise person once said. I find it really funny that Mr. Beast has Crohn's disease. He has, like, how much money? Realistically speaking, they could, like, transplant an entirely new digestive tract into that man. No problem. Like, the amount of money he has. And he wouldn't have to deal with it anymore. But he's not going to, because he doesn't have the IQ points, you know? You know there's mod points? Like, he doesn't have enough IQ points, because what happens is his veneers, they removed his IQ points when he got his... Why did it suddenly gain color midway through? What do you mean? Suddenly gain color? Huh? It's always been in color. Oh, are you talking about the manga? Okay. I have a bunch of it that's color and a bunch of it that isn't. So basically, how to explain it? I hope you don't mind the color, but things that are colored get more attention, and I plan to try to fully color the first volume. But overall, I kind of want to remake every chapter in the first volume. So it's, who knows what I'm going to end up doing. But the point is, stuff that's colored gets more attention, and I wanted to improve my shading, so I just kind of started coloring it, and I thought it looked a lot better. And what I'm going to end up doing is, now since I kind of am in a weird position where I want to be able to finish this before I die, so I'm doing batches of it being, you know, non-colored, but also stuff that is colored. It's really weird, and to be honest, I might just stick to fully coloring it, because I loved fully coloring it. But it is very difficult to do, so I really don't know how it's going to end up being. I do hope you enjoy the coloring, though, because it does take a lot of time. And we're attempting to make a build of the MC a while back. Ooh, okay, okay. That's nice. I know a lot of people have made stuff based on my characters, which is really cool, actually. But there's a lot of people that like to make builds of Zeniki. I feel like back in the day, though, Zeniki wasn't as hype as he is now. Like, he had some cool stuff, but now he's like... I mean, he's been the main character for a minute. Because I'm terrible at pacing things, to be honest. But it's gonna go back to the main character soon enough. In another couple chapters. I'm really trying to rush through this because I need to fix my bad pace. Is this also for the... Yeah, it's also for the hair. Okay. I should like how this panel turned out a lot. Just kind of funny because if you look at the sketch for it, it's nowhere near what I did for this. I mean, well, it's still the same thing, but I forgot to color on his pants. Wow. What the hell am I doing? Mm-hmm. I cannot find what I'm looking for. Oh, there we go. Alright. Trying to really push myself to make these effects work. They've been so bare bones. I think that looks pretty decent. Well, wishy ass on I'm still looking for your cousin. I think I'm gonna get leave on the server. Because Terry said it it's if they know him. Oh my god, what are you doing? Listen, as bad as my cousin is, I don't need you harassing people in my family, okay? You need to find him. Why? What possible reason is there? Jeez. I don't get it, man. Alright, if you know this, but DEEPWOKEN is going free for a week this month. Oh god. Also, for a scale of 1 to 10, how submissive is your What are you doing, Barmgong? I don't know how submissive they are. That's my cousin. I don't really care to understand the intricacies of what they're affiliated with in that regard. Nor do I want to know, because they haven't showered in 2 years, and if I were to ever speak to them, the sheer weight of their unwashed aura would certainly need some research. Why do you assume that I know? Why do you assume that I know? I'm not asking my cousin if they like to be submissive. I'm not about that, you know what I mean? I don't know why you assume I'd be that way, but it's a bit offensive, to be honest. Anyway, back on the subject. DEEPWOKEN going free for a week. that's gonna be... I mean, they're desperate. They're desperate. I see, can you tell me some things about him? I don't want to tell you anything about him. I like making fun of him because he is a genuinely awful person. But I'm not going to expose them for people to harass. And I don't... I do know a decent number of things. But... I don't want to... Because you have to understand, this can reflect back on me. This can cause me trouble and have to deal with crap that I don't want to deal with. That's all I need to... Oh, what are you doing, bro? I'm exhausted, man. I'm exhausted. I don't know how else to put it. Too much stuff. Alright, time to... Why do I have so many pings? No, I'll get him kicked out and washed in about a week's worth time. No. You literally can't. This is the type of person that cannot be reasoned with at all in any capacity. Everything is going good. What? Listen, this person is genuinely insufferable to the highest degree of that word. Oh wow. Enough activity on the manga. Okay, I gotta get my map up for models so I can put this together. I feel like I'm gonna get a headache. Like, I feel the starting someone coming on almost. Oh, there's a certain way to make him get out. There's nothing you can do, and anything you can do is going to likely make whatever blame fall onto me in a way that would not be fun to deal with for multiple reasons. I don't care, to be honest. My men will make sure... Who is your men? I don't have the IQ points right now. Welcome back, Law. I'm losing my mind over here. Where's my reference? Here? No. You sound so tired. I really am, to be honest. But it's fine. What even is that emoji? Crying. I guess. No, okay. I gotta lock in. Okay. I can't be falling asleep. The manga won't draw itself. And I wish it would, to be honest. What the hell am I doing, bro? I love drawing, don't get me wrong, but... man. You need to geek in, but... what? Great question. Everyone that's currently died, are they like dead or in the depths somehow? So the depths are very difficult to get out of in this verse that I've written. So it's likely assumed that if you're there, you're gonna die, basically. So exception of Zeniki, of course. Zeniki is just built different, okay? So it's Valve Iron, but everyone hates you. Got it. I gotta be honest, I have not played Valve Iron, and I don't know. I don't know anything about modern DEEPWOKEN. I read the wiki to put more stuff in, but aside from stuff I just see people say and post about, I'm a LARPer, which you'd think, for how much I've made a manga of this, I wouldn't be a LARPer, but this is my hate letter to DEEPWOKEN. If people have love letters, I have a hate letter to DEEPWOKEN. This is pure vitriolic hatred for the sweaty staff members that made fun of me for making a comic about their games. And it's also something that I don't say as much about. It's basically put an optional mini boss. They basically put an optional mini boss at the depth drop. Huh. Maybe. No, so in this, basically, the depths are a much more developed area, but in a way where it's, like, you have to be able to either, like, pay up or have, like, friends to be able to get to the place that takes you up. And otherwise, the place outside of it's kept to be very hostile for, you know, control reasons. There's a bunch of lore I've written about how the depths work in the verse that I have here, but the important thing to note is that it's just very not nice to be there. Anyway, as I was saying, part of the reason why I'm also doing this is because when my manga got popular, there was a bunch of artists that kind of got butthurt that some random person who was a noob at drawing made something that got popular. And, so, that was funny, to be honest. And I want to get better than all of them. What layer is available in the story? Whichever layers are going to be funny for me to write about. I'm gonna have Amorous Pleatsky in here, and he's gonna be a femboy because it's gonna be really funny if he's a femboy. That's the entire idea of duo progressing, is just what can I take from DEEPWOKEN and make it stupid. I'm gonna have Duke and Regent be a married couple that have kids, which sounds really, really silly, but there's gonna be like a replacement for all those characters where they would normally be in the story. And the reason why I'm doing that, again, it sounds ridiculous, but not only is it funny, it just bastardizes the lore that the DEEPWOKEN team wrote or whatever. And yeah, I know. I just make my own thing. Duke Regent having what? Yeah, now Duke and Regent, they will have a loving relationship. They'll have kids. And you might be asking, how does Duke and Regent have kids? And the short answer is, wait, so it's a crack fic parody? No, it's just DEEPWOKEN Family Guy. Yeah, DEEPWOKEN Family Guy is, I guess, the way you could put it. Like I said, I take DEEPWOKEN and I bastardize it to make fun of the devs because I hate them and they're mean to me. But anyway, the reason why Duke can have a kid with Regent is, you see, the throne that Regent sat on, I'm sorry, I got my sister. Oh my god. So the throne that Regent sat on, it like smushed his balls, okay? And the power from it made him develop ovaries. Okay, his balls pushed up into his his area and gave him ovaries. And so pretty much what happened to Regent is that he became like a trans. Yeah, pretty much. Now, you might be like, that is the stupidest thing I've heard, and it makes no sense. And here's the glorious thing about duo progressing. What you just heard me say I made up on the spot. That is not something I've written down. That's not something I've ever thought about. I came up with it just now because I thought it's funny, and it's going to become canon now. So because that was a subject that I brought up now, and there was a reaction to it, and I started yapping about it more, I just created another plot thread on top of something that already technically existed that I was going to do, but you just witnessed live, creation of a plot, basically. You witnessed the birth. And I think, makes me wonder, would Regent breastfeed? Now, I'm not gonna draw like a graphic scene of it or anything. Like, don't worry. But if he can get pregnant, the hormones. What about Fair? DEEPWOKEN was written by VizzyPop. Oh my god. What about? Okay, so Ferryman. I already answered this in my Discord. Ferryman is Fairy Woman. There is no Ferryman. There's Fairy Woman. So, Ferryman. Okay, enough internet for today. It's my fault for opening YouTube. So what happened with Ferryman? He didn't want to be a guy anymore, and so he took his knife, okay, and he operated on himself, and he used his powers to make himself a woman, okay, and he still goes by he him because it's awkward. It's like when like trans people like don't want to update their legal documents for legal reasons, so it's supposed to be like a fairy man, but if the ones that know call him fairy woman, Which is fair since Ceruleans can change their form. Exactly, exactly. People say I'm like real, or I say it's not real Bushia. It's stupid. I knew that I knew the whole time. They changed their form. It makes sense. I wasn't lying. Alright, I didn't just read that now and agree with it. That's a good point. And I didn't know about it before. I always knew about it. And Ceruleans, yeah, they can. It's like if you guys ever seen Hell's Paradise, you know, why don't I just make dual progressing like Hell's Paradise? The power system is sex. Yeah, yeah. That's what about Chaser? Chaser goes after fairy women. Okay, Chaser likes trans individuals and goes after them. Chaser is still a dude, obviously. He's like he tries to say that like trans people, like he says like there's too many pronouns, but the truth is about Chaser, he's taking every second to yonk it to, you know, like trans women on like Reddit or something like that. You know what I mean? He's like what's with all the pronouns these days, but the pronouns that he wants are get inside me, hot trans ladies. Slash that. Loki, bring back that contractor trust. Yeah, something like that, to be honest. Man. I hate drawing all these effects because it makes such a mess. You guys know who Nev is? I could have that piece of that right that, not gonna lie. Anyway, guys, you want me to talk about Nev again? I love talking about Nev because what they did to me was the most ridiculous thing ever. Alright. So, I actually... What about Ministria? I don't even know if that's even gonna be relevant here. But I gotta say this about Nev. Ever since the drama happened with me and Nev, what I've been doing, I've been editing my message with them, like, every once in a while. Because what you can do when someone blocks you, you can take the last message you sent them and you can keep editing it. And I have timestamps, and I say stupid... We love Nev. I'm gonna show, for the people watching, I'll show you my recent, So this is what I said with them. I said, Nev, you don't even know Bim Bim Berg. We all know your ass is exploiting Julie for money, broke-ass bitch. I made a voodoo doll of you. I put it against a pillow that is perpetually warm and has no cold side. Have fun sleeping at night. I don't even got nothing to say today. I low-key got over this already. March 2nd, I was on call with some Israeli dude. It was insane. Bro was having to run to his bomb shelter like 4 times and we were just chatting about mundane stuff. LMAO. March 3rd. Nev, I swear to God, Vocaloid is not that good. March 10th. The big jump there. I forgot to give you a message that if you ever go outside, Loki grow up and that would be cool. Not like I'm looting for you. What was I saying to them? March 16th. Nev, you are one MAGA cock away from leaving Motorz. And then my last message, March 19th. Nev, why do white people love ARGs so much? So, you know, I feel like Nev has likely never opened the DM again because they have, like, autism. I gotta be... I have autism myself, but I don't understand the type of autism they have. Like, Nev has the type of autism where their brain just, like, genuinely doesn't function, like, at all. Like, they're like a... If you've ever seen, like a suckerfish. Like, they just, like, float around. They don't really move a whole lot. Nev is kind of like a suckerfish. They just kind of lay there and just, like, feed on stuff and just don't really do anything. You know what I mean? Or if you ever seen, like, axolotls in, like, an actual tank. Like not like the Minecraft axolotls. I'm talking, like real-life axolotls that just, like, they just sit there. They don't do anything. And, that's what Nev is. They don't really do anything. And they kind of... One of my friends explained it to me. Nev is one of the types of people that they got to a point in life where they assumed they wouldn't make it past, like, 18. Like, they didn't really imagine life would go beyond that point. And then once they hit it, they just kind of don't do anything. They just, like, sit there and, like, rot away. Because, like, they're like, well, what now? And I don't know if that's exactly the truth, to be honest, but it kind of makes sense to me. And what Nev does is they kind of exploit people who are into trans people, and they make them give them money so they can afford to eat like more Uber Eats, because they aren't going outside. All right. Nev weighs too much to even be able to like roll out of their gaming chair, I think. Like if you've seen, I said this before, if you've seen The Boys season 5, if you've seen Rock Hard, that is basically Nev, just like layered in freaking jizz. Anyway, ARGs are cool. I'm bored, so I watch ARG. You see, ARGs are this kind of weird thing, in my opinion, because they exist in a very similar space to like mascot horror, where it's like, oh, the spooky, it's the spooky guys. It's that very internet type of horror that just like there's no real horror aspect to it. You know what I mean? There's nothing scary about it. It's like white people like to solve puzzles just because, you know what I mean? Like, type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, white people will get a jigsaw puzzle and just solve it. Why? Why? Because there's a pretty picture that someone printed on Temu for like $10. Not $10. No, they charge you $10 for it. It costs them like 50. Not like 50 cents. Like maybe like 5 cents to print it. I don't know. White people love jigsaw puzzles. I'm gonna go sleep now. Now, but the course roads don't turn left. Good night, Law. Listen. All I know is that, like, the last time I ever saw any sort of ARG thing, it was that one, like, I don't know. I didn't even, like, fully see one. I know there was a bunch of Minecraft ARGs, though. But Minecraft ARGs are like, ooh, beta, spooky Minecraft beta. You guys remember beta Minecraft? It's spooky. There's Herobrine. There's a player that didn't log in like 10 years, and he's like haunting the Minecraft. Come on, guys. Watch my 10-minute video where I walk around and there's like a spooky jump scare. Now, I don't doubt an ARG can be done well, and there's like probably a bunch of good ones. I do recall there was that one, was it like Crow 64? One. I thought that one was kind of neat, but that was ages ago. And outside of stuff like that, like that's like very specific and like well done. Like I think like stuff like Petscop too was like pretty cool, and that was kind of like the stuff that like really brought ARGs into a like spotlight, maybe is the right word for, I don't know. But that sort of stuff, like when you're younger and all that, like it's cool. When you get older, you kind of just realize like, oh, it's fake. It's some kind of universe. Here's the thing that I hate about ARGs. The analog horror stuff, it's all slop, because analog stuff isn't just like. Let me show you my I like to do stuff in like Windows XP style, where I make stuff like old Windows that looks like glitchy, and I make it memes, okay? Because it's funny. It makes fun of like analog horror tropes. Let me show you my Ninja. Where is this? My Ninja Fortnite video. I'm elite, baby. Look at this. See, this is my analog horror. I'm elite, baby. Don't you see the outfit? Double pumps don't matter, man. I got this. Shoot a rocket and pop a mini at the same time. If you put a star in my hand, then it's game time. Got a sniper for shotty. I'm up. It's very good. Now you notice there's a. This is not. Anyway, it's like a Vista Media player. Now, you might be asking, what did I just witness? And the answer is slop. Garbage. But that is what an ARG should look like. It should be completely brain dead. Okay? I want a brain rot RNG. No, ARG, where they take clips of, like, gaming YouTubers, and they just make it, like, really stupid. Mm-hmm. You understand that? This is kind of kind of outdated, but there was this clip of where it was like the back rooms, but there was like Better Call Saul in it, and that was like from like, I don't know, like 20, I don't know how long ago, that was like years and years ago. Back in the day, that was hilarious, because why is there Better Call Saul in the back rooms? It was like the guitar strung, from the opening. That was funny. That's what an ARG should be. Because a lot of ARGs, they feel like they're trying too hard. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, don't go outside. You'll get murdered by the moon guys. Because I don't know. It feels like that one SCP about like the sun that like will kill you if you go outside. Or something. I forgot exactly what it was. I feel like ARGs just heard that and they're like, yep, this is my lore now. Back in the day, jingle jingle. I have no idea what that means, to be honest. But anyway, yeah, like that is what these ARGs are like. And I mean, not all of them are like that. But like I said before, the ARGs that I thought were cool back in the day were the ones that were like a fake video game that was like actually kind of like cool. Because at that point, like that is something that is like actual art. A lot of ARGs are just like, oh, you can decode the thing, guys, decode the thing. Like, there's got to be a purpose behind something that makes it feel like an actual universe. You know what I mean? With like stuff like the I think that actually goes into stuff that's like you have to decode, like, oh, base 64 to this. Like, it's a puzzle, whatever. It can be fun, I guess, but what I like is stuff that's abstract and you have to try to interpret it, right? If you look at like what was it, like the Crow 64 thing and like Ed Scott from back in the day. Those things, they didn't really have a lot of that sort of like decode this or that. It was very cryptic and you just kind of had to piece it together. And I think that's what's cool. It's like I like it when things are not in a way where you'll ever understand it. I think this is why Five Nights at Freddy's, for the longest time, had like a really appealing lore. It's because it was not something you could ever solve. There was not like a distinct answer to it. And obviously, like, not to say like Five Nights at Freddy's lore is like good or anything, but I feel like they gave it this layer of like longevity where it was really just up to your own interpretation for a lot of things, and you had to really dig deep and understand like a bunch of symbolism and all that. And modern stuff is just like, VHS tape, lol, there's killer, and decode this and you get to see spooky video. I don't know. I might be having a very large misinterpretation of ARGs, but what I remember is kind of like the slop I've seen. I think Markiplier did like, he was telling somebody, okay, I did not read that. I think it was Markiplier did like, he was telling something, and he used keys to shake them and pay attention, and starts back in the day. Okay. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, how about I do that? Guys, look, there's furry boobs. Pay attention to the screen. Anyway, I need to increase my viewer count, so hold on, I just gotta get in some stuff. I love Israel. Israel. I love Israel. Israel is good. I love Israel. Praise Israel. Okay. Sorry, I just have to do that so I can get more recommended in the algorithm. Don't question it. It's not important. Anyway. It's gonna work, by the way. I'm not having line. Just like watch the viewer count. Just give it some time. Anyway. Please, Yahoo. Please give me viewers. I have no idea what I should do about the smoke effect here. I mean, I can do a little thing on it. I love Israel. There we go. That should be enough. Make it so Zeniki burns her fur and she is furless. It's literally the whole point that his fire cannot do anything to her in the next panel, so I mean it kind of doesn't really make sense for his fire to burn her fur. And I don't think I know you keep asking to see her furless, but it's not what you think it is. It's not like she's like a beautiful woman under her fur. She's gonna look like a hairless cat. Okay. If you've ever seen what a hairless cat looks like, which I'm sure you have, unless you like live under like a turbo rock or something. You know, I'm sure there's like stuff of like Beerus, for example. I'm sure if you go on like the 34 site, you can find something of Beerus, but it doesn't mean it's exactly an attractive thing. Like I wouldn't want to see Asamina like that. But sure, if you got 2 new people, I'm telling you, it's a strategy. It's a strategy. You say, praise Israel, I love Israel, and people join. It gets pushed in the algorithm. Let's look at the statistic right here. It was going down, and then it went up. This is when I said praise Israel. Now, call me crazy, but I think it's good. Like I said yesterday, it's about consistency. Welcome back, Gone Haywire. Love to see you back on the stream. I am hopefully not going to struggle for too long. I can't draw fire effects. I really can't. Hello. I'm doing my best, though. And luckily, I only have to actually draw one more real background on here. Because I like to be lazy. And I like to not do as much stuff. Good to me. Thank you. Yeah, I made her eyebrows thicker, or eyelashes, I mean, thicker. And it makes her look a bit less silly. Her face is too far out on this drawing, but I don't care. I'm not practicing faces right now. I'm doing hands, okay? So hands are the important stuff. Listen, I'm surprised how well I drew her chest here, to be honest. Like, that looks like you could just, like... Yeah, it looks like a whole lemonade stand, you know what I mean? Like, it's not to sound, like, silly or anything. It's just an observation, like... It doesn't mean anything when I say that. Does not work the way I want it to. I am just doing this all kinds of wrong. Okay, that looks a bit better. I'll just keep it like that. I mean, let's ask ourselves, okay? How hot is Mrs. Asamina, okay? Because she is going to find love in this series. I like to have characters find love and have romance. She will find love, okay? So, she's not just gonna be alone, trapped in this place forever. But as for how that happens, who knows? Who knows?
I might have said it yesterday. I can't remember. Contractor was cooler. Uh-huh. There's gonna be a lot of contractors in the manga. Dude, I want my mom to make more garlic rolls. Let me tell you, I I had my mom make these garlic rolls like about like a year ago or something like that, and they're very easy to make. But she wanted to do like a recipe. I was like, this look really good, and she made them for everyone. And I tried them, and they tasted bad. I can't lie, they tasted bad. I don't know what it was. Like I was like, I love garlic, so why do I not like these? And for the longest time, I didn't eat them. My mom made them again because my brother loved them, right? And it was, I think, a couple days ago, something like that. And dude, I had one. Dude, they tasted so freaking good. I don't know what changed. I mean, your taste buds do change, but they tasted freaking amazing, dude. And I really want more of them because there's nothing better than a roll that you can just eat plain. You know what I mean? The best food is a food that you can just eat plain. Like, I used to just eat my mom's French bread plain, which, to be honest, like, it's only good when you do that fresh. But these garlic rolls, dude, you could eat them, like, any time. Like, they were, like, I had one the next morning. Nothing on it, just warmed it up a bit. Dude, I think it was actually for breakfast I had it today. Tasted delicious, dude. I asked my mom, she said they're easy to make, so she'll probably make more. But she probably would have made even more today, but she didn't because we had a new oven come in. And I had to wait to come out of the bathroom because I showered, and I was in my towel, and I didn't want to walk out when I was covered in a towel because my bathroom is like across the house almost from where my bedroom is. So I have to walk in my towel around. And so some dude was just installing, and I didn't want him to just see me. Because, I mean, that'd be kind of weird. You know, someone that's just, like, half naked. Just chilling. Now, if I was bold enough, maybe I would. But, you know, I'm not an exhibitionist here, you know what I mean? Low-key, when you go, like, highish voice, you sound like adult Sheldon. Bazinga! I don't know. I have not watched that show. I like to do a Redditor voice, though. There was this guy on Murder Mystery on Roblox. He called himself XX the Devil or whatever. And me and my friend were like, I'm XX the Devil. You might not know me, but I'm kind of a big deal. I have 20k Robux, so ladies, if you need anything, just give me a holler. That's generally what this dude was like. He had a bunch of girls that he was friends with, and I think they were just like observing him, kind of like how if you ever hear like elephants or whatever, like observe humans, like. Now I have a good amount of Robux, by the way, so whenever anyone tries to flex Robux, it makes me laugh. Someone was like, yeah, I have a face that's like 100k. Now, I have like 220k Robux, and I had like a couple million, but I like to I've turned it into real money because I'm not a nerd. Then my game got DMCA'd by Mojang, so I couldn't make any more money. Lol. But then I started just spending it on limiteds whenever like there was something that's like, oh, it's gonna turn to limited. I just bought it, and my inventory is now worth like 700k. But then Roblox was like, gonna update the faces. My name's David Bazuki, and I like kids. And so now one of the items I had is worth like nothing. No, it's gonna go back up in value. But it's just really funny how Roblox is like, yeah, let's shoot ourselves in the foot because we felt like it. You know what I mean? I feel like they have this idea that like they're untouchable or something. Dude, I gotta show you this devil guy's profile. It is so funny. Can I find it? How would I even find this? Oh my god, I have like Tong Tong Sahur Roblox open. Should I go sleep or watch Bushia stream? Honestly, I would go to sleep. You know, I'm gonna be stuck here drawing regardless if you watch or not. It's not gonna... I mean, I appreciate if you're here. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, that guy knows what he's talking about. Alright, I'm digging through my search history. I can't show my search history for obvious reasons. There's nothing bad on here. But lol. Okay, where the hell is this devil person? I assume I had their profile open. Where the hell are they? I just search Roblox, I'll find it easier. Oh my god. It's Alpha Sigma Tough Shirt. What was I looking up? Dude, one of my friends, I had a conversation with them. If you guys remember Jay at all, he sometimes shows up on the stream. I asked him to convince me to watch Amazing Digital Circus. Because I love being a hater, but to be honest, I like to watch Slop too, just so I can get a wider perspective on things, you know what I mean? Okay, where is this person? Did it just not save the fact I went to his... Well, no, I have this here. What? Is the search stupid? So did you choose to watch it? I did not watch it yet, but what I plan to do... Wait, I think this is them. Oh my god, I found them! Anyway, as I was saying, I'll watch it with my friend on, like, a private call. Like, I'll call with them and watch it just so they can show it to me, and, like, we'll watch it, like, week to week, maybe. This is this cornball. XX the devil. He has a lisp when he speaks, and he exploits. Let's look at his badges, okay? You visit Outfit Loader. You met Glitch. He's the devil. Of course the devil would meet Glitch. Survive 20 days. What are these? Murder mystery badges. 18 verified. Okay. He's not 18, I can guarantee that. He sounds like a 2-year-old. Well, actually, he probably might. I hope he's actually not over 18, because that would be very concerning. Mic up, of course. He's looking to, like, E-date. If you go on Mic Up, what you're going to hear is you're going to see people being like, oh my god, my e-boyfriend. Not like that, but they're going to, like, be, like, role-playing. Let me tell you, if you go on Murder Mystery, it's super easy to find people that pretend to be kids. And they have, like, an older person with them, and they kind of just make it, like, a spicy thing between them. And it's genuinely disgusting. They're age players, is the best way to put it. 220k. Listen, it's actually really easy to get Robux. Here's all you gotta do. I explained it yesterday on stream. All you have to do is like use AI, make a game, and then just like that slop will start making you money. Just straight up. Make like Cartwright into like whatever meme is like the newest meme. Have some like AI stuff in there. Easy money. Now, is it ethical? The answer is no. You are genuinely a horrible person if you do that. But at this point, we as a species have no morality left, you know? We drained it all long time ago. And, you know, You know, I personally, I tend to keep my morality, but it does make things hard. You know what I mean? Parkour to lay on bushes. Like, okay, listen, I played this one game that sucked. I was being silly with my friend. If you go to my profile, I have sleep on Marine Kitagawa's lap. Now, I had to pay like 50 Robux to teleport onto her lap, and there was a guy there, and I said, "Move aside, buddy. It's my turn." And he did, and then I realized there was 3 spots to lay down, so I made a move for nothing, and I felt like a jerk, and then I left the game. But it's not even like, it's like a PNG of her. And I think the craziest thing is Marine Kitagawa was canonically like 16 or something like that. So the fact that Roblox lets you make games like that is kind of funny, to be honest. We also have welcome to Escape Incredibly Gassy, which is in Russian for some. Okay. Is this a rap battle game? Oh yeah, I saw. Me and my friend hopped on that rap battle game. You know, we thought it was funny back in like 2018 with like Flamingo was playing it, and he was like, my penis has warts or something. He said, that was like the funniest joke back in the day as a kid. But anyway, there was this grown woman. Marina's 15. I don't remember the ages from that show. I had to drop it because they had a middle schooler with like comically large breasts, and they were like shoving it in the camera, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not into this, sorry. So I dropped the show, so I don't even know what happens in it. I just know that it's just pretty much slop, and the main guy is like, my grandfather's dolls. Oh, my grandfather's dolls. Oh, they're so special to me. Are you a girl? That's what he's like, okay? Anyway. What was I saying? I actually completely lost my train of thought, and I'm furious. I'm fuming. If anyone can remind what I was saying, because I'm trying to remember. Can we talk about how good the Mario soundtrack is? My friend put me on this. Like, I never played Mario. I thought it was like the whitest thing ever, to be honest. Like who cares about Mario? But there's some bangers in here. I can't even lie. I've been listening to it, you know, over the streams. Some good stuff in here, man. Like I don't know what else to say. I don't know. Mario's one of those type of games where it's like, you watch like a movie and they're like, okay, we're gonna play this new video game, and it's just like that's the type of game you see in the movie. Like side-scrolling platformers in general. Who plays those? Like I know there's like Hollow Knight is technically like that or whatever. I gotta be honest, I don't understand what Hollow Knight's really about either. Like, it's just like difficult or something, and you go through it. Like, I don't know. For me, I explain this. Video games, they feel inauthentic to me in a way that I can't really like play anything that's like gameplay based, you know what I mean? Yeah. I love visual like novel-esque stories, or stories that are just like very focused on story in general. Now I don't play a whole lot of visual novels at all. Like I don't really touch games that much, but if I do generally play something, it's generally something that's more story based. And the full exception to that is something like Bloons Tower Defense, where it's a game I grew up with, and I just like the formula, and so I play it. It's familiar, you know what I mean? But a game I really enjoyed, I played it a year ago first, was, you know, I've talked about this before, but, you know, T-Cole, I could be bothered to say the full name. For those who know what that stands for, people hate that game. They called it terrible, and so, because Twitter hated it, I'm like, there's gotta be something here if it's, like, still popular, despite, like, how much Twitter hates it. So I checked it out, and I was very pleasantly surprised. Okay? Like, if Twitter hates something, chances are it's good. But what really sucks about that series is that people assume things if you enjoy it. Things that are applicable to
you know, a number of people in the community, rightfully so. But doesn't mean you are. And the fun conversations I've had, they're very fun and make me want to bash my head in. You know, I said this with my friend, like, and even I said this when I was talking about, like, Amazing Digital Circus. Even though I didn't want to watch it, and I mean, I believe I'll probably end up watching it, just my friend, like I said. But even though I hate on it, and even other things I hate on, like, I will never play something like Deltarune. I personally don't like the art style, I don't like the music, but the people who do enjoy it and can find something good in it, like, no hate. No hate. You know, if you find enjoyment in something, like, who am I to say, like, oh, you can't enjoy it? Like, that just makes you a loser. But, God. My throat. This happens when I keep talking. I have to shut up for a minute so I can clear out my throat. The fuck? I'll press that button. Yeah, I don't remember what I was talking about now. Lol. It feels so weird to say lol out loud, like, as a word, even though I keep doing it. Which, the reason I do it is, ironically, I'm not actually meaning, like, lol xd, or whatever it is. Dude, this background is so boring. Can I just say that? I modeled this arena, I'm just like, yeah. I had such a big idea for what I wanted to do with it. But I realized this was such a minute part of the story that I just want to get over with. And, if you look at the train model I had, that one was an example of too complicated, which I had someone else make that model for me. But, damn it. Let me pull it up. Oh my god, look. Hot girl. I think chapter 19 is the best one for it. This train model, I had to draw it so many times. I legitimately got better at perspective just from how many times I had to trace the model. Like, this line art is horrible. It's genuinely ugly. But my entire memory of drawing these chapters is entirely baked within just their memory of having to draw all these lines over and over again of the feats. Also, goddamn, I drew this not very good. Back in the day, I thought this looked like really good, but there's not enough contrast at all. Have you seen Kagurabachi? I read like 5 chapters of it, and what I'll say about Kagurabachi, I don't know how you say it, but it's one of those types of series where you have to really watch it as an anime. And as far as I know, there's not an anime adaptation currently. But the reason I say you gotta watch it as an anime, because it's one of those series that very much relies on fights, from what I saw anyways. And take something like JJK. JJK as a manga is kind of just whatever, but as an anime, it's incredible. Because the fights have, like, so much life to them, and, like, they're done in such a cool way. I feel like Kagurabachi is something that you just have to consume as an anime. Otherwise, like, the manga art just wouldn't be able to convey the action well enough. Which, again, kind of insults the genre of action manga at all, period. But, deal with it, okay? I don't care. This panel, I still think is cool. But I didn't have a consistent line art brush. I could do so much better now. And looking back at this, I don't know, I like how I did these fire effects. But you can't do this with blue, by the way. Like, this does not translate to, like, blue fire very well. But this stuff looks so cool. How I did it. I like this one, too. So dumb.
But I think the time the backgrounds got better, I think, was chapter 23. Or no, the chapter before that. No, yeah, this chapter. Wait, what? Chapter 22. Okay. This is where my background started to really come together more. But the... I don't know. I think this chapter had pretty good backgrounds too. I still didn't have contrast down very well here though. I like this panel. How it turned out. Dude, some of this anatomy is so weird. Which makes sense because I was still learning. I was getting more into it. I still like this cover. But it looks so goofy when it's small. Yeah, all this stuff. Okay, this is where I started doing actually hand-drawn backgrounds, where I wasn't just relying on models. And then I realized that the amount of work it takes to do regular hand-drawn stuff is just not worth it. This would look so much better if I just modeled it. I don't know what I was thinking. I think it's because like doing curtains and stuff like this was tricky, maybe? I mean, I could do better now. A lot of what you see here was just me being lazy. Like, this was also hand-done. I didn't have a model for this. If I had a model, it would be so much better. Like, it's really a case I was reinventing the wheel when there was no reason to. This one was a model. I mean, this one wasn't. This actually wasn't a model. These two weren't models. They turned out right. This one wasn't a model either, but it looks so goofy. Like, it looks fine when you scroll past it, but like the proportions, the details, they just don't make sense. And then this one, of course, this is a model. I keep drawing it differently. And it's because I have no idea how I actually wanted to present it. But now I just don't care. I just present it in the easiest way possible. You can see here, I just got so lazy. And that's my problem with the mangas. I get lazy randomly. And I kind of hate the fact that I do that. But this one's still pretty good. The only gripe I have about this one is the fact that I didn't do thick enough line art. The backgrounds here, I think, were solid, though. The biggest issue with these backgrounds is the fact that they just are too bland, conceptually. There isn't a whole lot you can do with them. Like, this was a cool background. It's hand-drawn. I didn't do any proper perspective work for them. But they work because they have a bunch of life to them, you know? And I don't know, they're very simple, they're very bland, but they kind of work. This one is like, whatever. This chapter I got so lazy on. I mean, this is when I started getting sick, by the way. But look how lazy I got. It's because it's a side fight. It's okay, it's a fight on the side. Which, why would you even make a fight on the side if you didn't care? But I did anyway, because it was important to the story I wanted to tell. This is when I started streaming. I made these backgrounds, which, I mean, oh my god, yeah. The other one I streamed. I don't think I streamed the chapter after this. Some of these are still so lazy. I feel genuinely disgusted looking at these backgrounds. Like, the only background I've done in recent time that I feel any bit good about is literally just this cover. Which might sound bad, but it's technically a good thing because it means I've become more cognizant of what's good and bad. If I thought my bad ones were good, that'd be bad. You know what I mean? I'm really going ham on this shading. Not really. This actually is looking surprisingly good. Dude, tomorrow I have my class. And here's what I do. The school, my college, this is the last class I had to have, by the way, to get my degree.
it was supposed to be a completely online degree, but the class, like, 2 of the classes weren't available anymore because there's some stupid drama at the school, and then the teachers like quit or whatever, and it shuffled around a bit. But the semester before this, I had to go to a class that was not that far away, like I think like 10 minutes maybe, and I had terrible anxiety, and so it made it like literal hell. But I ended up getting through it all right. But dude, I literally like lost my mind because the next class I had to do, this one for this semester, it's an hour away. An hour to go to a class, dude. What the hell? I've only been late once. But dude, there's this guy that sounded like Dream. Oh my god. There's this guy, I recorded him because he sounded like Dream, the Minecraft YouTuber. It's probably horrible for me to do, but I'm gonna play the audio of him. Listen to this.
Well, so say he's gonna back into a spot. He'll be pulling forward. He'll still be doing at least 3 miles an hour, and then he'll put it in reverse while going forward still, and then start going backwards. Hold on. So
Dude, that's Dream. That's Minecraft Dream. Like, I don't care what you say. That is Dream Minecraft right there. He is in my class, bro. I have class with Dream from Minecraft. You can't tell me it's not, okay? And I pray that he never sees that I recorded. Because I'm pretty sure that would get me in trouble. It was an accident, okay? I didn't mean to record him, 100%. Anyway. A thing that Ado once said, listening to your own song is better, like self-pleasure, and look at describe what we're doing while looking at the panel. You see, I don't understand the people that are crazy about, like, this Ado person. Isn't that the one that has, like, she's, like, Japanese or whatever? Hold on. Oh, this person. Yeah, what is the deal with Ado, whatever you call her? Because I just remember, like, I got recommended, like, covers or whatever of, like, some of her songs, and I checked out, like, her like, Spotify thing, and, her songs just sounded, like, too edgy, in a weird way. She just sounded edgy. I didn't really get the point of it. I thought this was a Danganronpa screenshot for a second. I don't know. Like, what is the... I like how her eye is coming out of her head, by the way. That's the funny part about this drawing, is that her eye just is coming out of her head. Like, why is her eyelash clipping through her hair randomly? She's cool. I mean, I don't know. With all these Japanese artists, they always draw the eyes completely wrong. It's... You guys ever see, what was it, like, Limbus Company, like, characters? Like, where's the character art of them? I can't find, like, a single still one. I've never played Limbus, but all I know is that these eyes are so goofy. They look like they're, like, melting off their face. Like, these heads don't make any sense. What are these arms? Anyway. You know, I feel like sometimes I'm like too critical of, like, stuff to the point where it's like it defeats the purpose, but when yeah. When I do stuff like this, though, I feel like it's technically, like, beneficial in a way, because it makes me, like, reinforce what not to do with my own art. You know what I mean? When I see a piece of art that sucks, that looks bad, I look at it, I'm like, good thing I don't do that. You know? And it reminds me of what not to do. But maybe there is value in it. Who knows? Um, anyway, why do white people love Vocaloid so much? I gotta ask this because I I heard about this Tito character way back in like I want to say like 2022 or something, 2021. That's when I first heard about this individual character. There was a Danganronpa fan fiction, and it was like Miku and Tito were like killing each other in it. And I never heard anyone mention this character outside of that, all the way until like a year or two ago, when all of a sudden, like all these people started like acting like Tito was their whole personality. And it's really confusing to me because what's the purpose in doing that? Why do you act like you love this character? Like, isn't it just like, yeah, Tito? I don't know how you say their name, but it's just like, what is the appeal of this character? Is it just the fact they like the songs and that's it, or is it like the aesthetic behind the character? Like, it genuinely confuses me why people like make it their profile picture and like it makes like their whole personality just for like a voice synth, you know? It's one of those things where I don't know if there's like something deeper to it that I just am not aware of, or if these people just genuinely have like no personality, so they just latch on to like the first thing they can to like make it seem like they're like something that they're not, you know what I mean? I genuinely don't know which one it is. But I've been trending in the direction that these people are just like losers. And I'm not saying that just to be mean. I'm saying that because the people who I've encountered that are actually like crazy about this stuff have been like the worst people to me ever. There's been like some that are okay, but a lot of the people that are like actually like crazy for Vocaloid stuff, they're so mean to me. And Vocaloid, you know, they just leech on it. I listened to some Vocaloid stuff, you know, like a decade ago or whatever. Like back then, like I thought that stuff was kind of cool, but when I hear modern Vocaloid songs, the best ones are the ones that have like English covers of the songs. You know what I mean? There's very few modern Vocaloid that is good, and I feel like a lot of it is just like producers that like leech onto it because they don't have like an actual singer, and then they can make something that is of a certain standard of a certain quality just because the voice bank is, you know, so you can make it sound pretty decent. I really don't know the full sphere of that all, but I don't know. Vocaloid people that are like obsessed with it, it's just another like red flag that I use to avoid people, to be honest. And it doesn't mean I won't talk to somebody if they like it. It just means I'm cautious. You know what I mean? I know I'm saying some hot takes probably for some people, but there's nobody watching, so it's fine. All I know is that Nev person loved Vocaloid for some reason. I don't know. You know what I think it is? I think these people don't even listen to Vocaloid. They just see the character that's popular, and then they see art of it, and they're like, "That's so me, XD Roar," and then they put like their profile picture. I think that's literally what it is. Like I don't believe they listen to Vocaloid. Because if they did, they wouldn't care about these characters that much. It's gotta be LARPing. It's gotta be LARPing, you know? It's gotta be this insane top tier LARP where this character's popular, so they make it their profile picture because then it gets them like attention. Like, see guys, you know what? It's like those people that like care about like fashion trends on like the internet, like whatever, like Instagram or whatever. Like they'll like buy like whatever like fast fashion, like some Chinese kid like pumped out for like a cent and has like a gun to his head. They'll wear that and they'll be like, I love this clothing or whatever, and they don't care about it. And then they get like attention for it. That's gotta be what it is. That's literally gotta be what it is, because I these people, all of a sudden, like, Tito gets popular. It's now their profile picture. It cannot be a coincidence. I'm sure some of them genuinely like love the, you know, character and the songs and all that. But it is gotta be just this case of it's popular, and so I can get attention for engaging with it. That's gotta be it, right? Like, who knows? Who knows? Where's the thing I'm looking for? There. Alright, this is gonna be a bit tricky to do. I've spent 3 hours on this page, dude. Oh my god. This good is good though, you know? Huh. Man, where's my lines? I have to have it actually be on screen? Oh wow, I forgot it's gonna do that. Actually, no, it shouldn't because I'm gonna make it stuck down something, but... I mean... I guess? Wait, that's not what I want. Okay, I mean, I think that's fine. I rest. Blech. I gotta put a timer. I keep forgetting that exists. want to make the sky a bit more prettier for just this panel. That looks terrible. I'm just gonna abuse shading effects to make this look better than it actually is. This one work better. Maybe it's environmental lighting. Hurting, bro. At least my neck isn't bleeding. Like a certain individual's neck was bleeding at one point. Whenever I play Murder Mystery 2 with my friend, and we have the revolver, and like, what I usually do, I get all my coins and my friends share if I tell them to shoot me. But I don't tell them to shoot me, I tell them to kirk me. It's really funny. I remember when, on the day that he got shot or whatever, I was in the, like, I was out shopping with my parents, and, like, we were in, like, a parking lot after going to, like, I think it was the Walmart parking lot, and I made a joke about how people who are, like, annoying, we should be able to shoot them. And Mom was like, you know, someone actually got shot. And I was like, I wasn't talking about that. She's like, I don't think it's very funny. And I'm like, okay, that's not what I was talking about. And my mom got mad at me because she thought I was making fun of him. And I completely forgot that it happened. That was so long ago now. If you think about it.
Dude, my neck is actually killing me. Holy.
That's what happens when I draw for too long or something.
That's not fun.
That's not fun at all. I legitimately think the hardest part of doing any sort of fighting thing is just to make the effects look good. Alright, I think I can just add some glow now, and that makes it look better. But I feel like, what is it? Here, I gotta add the timer, which I gotta find where I even have my timer. I'm pretty sure I literally have it in the chapter that I... Yep. A very silly timer. Okay, gotta make it 29 seconds. I'm gonna tell you make the background be filled a separate color so I can alter this. This does not need to be this fat. Okay. I generally don't even know how to put this in here. Okay, I mean, that'd be a bit cut off, but it's fine. Okay.
Yeah. I forgot to add effects to the background.
Do I even need to use multiply? I actually like how that looks, but no. Okay, that actually looks really cool. Why is it not? Oh my god, I'm actually done.
Oh, I think it looks alright. 3.5 hours for this page. Was it worth it? Nah, who cares? I've got many more to do. Now, I probably want to do the rest of this more in black and white, which will be interesting. Especially because I cannot do black and white for the life of me. So that might be interesting, to be honest. I don't know. I think that was gonna go together. I really wonder if I should just color it all. Despite the fact it's gonna take literal ages to do that. And this is ugly. I'm gonna be honest. Some of these panels, like, they just don't look good. Like, what else do I do? I've really been stretching myself thin on this fight. I don't know what else to say. I think it's just more of a composition issue more than anything else, though. It's kind of what I'm unsure about. Like, I don't know. When I look at this panel, like, this feels like a fine quality. But everything else just, like, it feels so empty, so poorly done. I don't know exactly how to put my finger on it. But I can't do much about it, unfortunately. How does this even look together? I mean, it's not a huge deal. I think I just need to make more backgrounds. I think that's kind of just the main thing here. And maybe alleviate some of the... I think just cutting back on that actually does help. Because it does add some useful lighting, but... maybe push the glow back a bit. Actually, yeah, I do like it better like that. Alright. I'm gonna color it, I think. I really don't know. I hate this so much, so... yeah. But okay, here's the deal. For this fight, I will not try to be super perfectionist on all the small details.
for the bigger fights, and as I progress, I'll get more into making those accurate. Just right now, I'm very much... Well, you know, I should still try. I'm gonna take it as... I'll try harder next time to make it look good. I don't want to just neglect it. What I need to do is have a study session entirely dedicated to manga effects. You know, I'm gonna write that down in my list of stuff I'm gonna study. I have a whole document for this. I'm just adding it to it. Oh my god, I have so much stuff I can add to my study list. Ugh. Okay, I added it to my list. Anyway, I'm gonna color this chapter because I don't even care anymore. But you know what? I'm gonna actually pay attention to every detail. See, this line art here, bad. Okay, I'm never gonna be a professional if I don't be careful with every single detail. I gotta be more mindful of everything. There we go. Now better.
hell? There we go. Alright. Dude, how do they even make this stuff work in anime when they do it? The hell? I'm gonna go hard on this. No excuses. I do wonder though, what if I do the first two in color and then the rest in black and white? Nah. No, I don't know. Goofy. Hmm. Yeah, screw it. I'm doing black and white. I don't care. I gotta be able to do black and white. I've been off putting it for too long. Hmm. How the hell do you even draw fire, bro? I do wonder. Is that a color version of this manga? What the hell? Oh, it's not even. How does it look when it's not in color? Still ongoing? What the hell? So that's how it's. Oh. Huh. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy this, because why not? Hell? I'm looking at. Come on, give me like an aura panel to reference. Hope you're enjoying the wonderful stream, guys, where I'm looking at a piece of manga on my other monitor. And that's how you improve, by the way. You just have to look at manga and try to recreate stuff that looks good on it. Fun fact. Really did just look like that. Okay. Fire's a lot more simple than I imagined. I see. I don't think I really need the outline. Why? I'm confused now. I mean, it's sort of. I'm realizing the backgrounds tend to make these more than the actual art does. Mm. You know, I actually really enjoy just doing this type of shading now that I think about it. What was I afraid of? It's pretty damn good. Although I probably should use some more contrast, but whatever.
The background should be the contrast anyways.
Hmm. Hmm.
How does that even look so far?
I feel like that'll be alright.
It'll be interesting having this more regular hand-drawn look. But, I mean, the effects just look so cheap when I do them. I don't know. What did I do? Right. Interesting.
I love the pressure making my ear hurt. It's so nice.
If I keep saying like this, I'm gonna get a blood clot in my leg and die.
Dude, I gotta set up for a second. Oh. Yep, I gotta go to the bathroom. If someone joins while I'm in the bathroom, oh well.
This fucking dude. I'm dying. Okay. Can't lie, that looks sick. Sick as fuck. It's that easy.
Okay. Now, can I get a screen tone effect that's actually small enough? Maybe? I do like that actually. Breathing. These look. Oh damn, I can actually use these. Look pretty cool. Wait, is this the kind of stuff I'm looking for? Doesn't look any different. Look interesting. Yeah, I'm excited actually. It's a pretty nice sky texture. I wonder if I should color her hair though. Just a little bit. Does actually go quite a long way for making it compositionally pop out. Doesn't have much contrast otherwise. Can I add these to the hair though? Interesting. Bruh. Well, I can't lie. I am kind of tired. It's only 12. Bruh. I made this page. And get started on this one. It's not terrible. Wow. I think that's probably it from me for now. I'd love to keep going, but I don't know how much more I could really do today. Well, that's all for me today. I'll stream tomorrow. Nah, who am I saying? There's no one watching this. But yeah, gonna stream tomorrow. Maybe? Actually, I probably won't stream tomorrow because I have my class. I'm gonna do something probably tomorrow. Maybe. Practice. Alright. To those who did watch the stream, even though you won't hear this, if you somehow go back for some reason to see how the stream ended, thanks to those who watched, and